For your patience. It's 9:06 a.m. here on April 7th, 2026, and we will begin this work session for the Doña County Board of County Commissioners. If you all, first order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're all able to stand, I ask that you join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I know generally it's not practice at a work session that we do a roll call vote. However, and I'll have to wait for legal and clarity on this, but I'd like to still take a roll call vote to determine quorum because I know the third item on the agenda is scheduled to go into closed session. So I think per our practice, I want to make sure that we do a roll call vote unless I'm advised otherwise to go into closed session. So with that, Brandy, if you wouldn't mind just taking a roll call, please.
Commissioner Kimball? Present. Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Here.
Chair Sanchez?
Present. All right, we do have a quorum. Thank you. All right, our first order of business is a presentation on the Spaceport GRT. This morning we're joined also by our Spaceport America team. And I know coming up to speak, we'll have Mr. Scott McLaughlin. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two quick presentations. I'll try and go quickly. One is on the status of the spaceport. Yep, that's the first one. And then I have one, when we had spoken last, you had asked about the capital improvements ongoing at the spaceport, so I wanted to run through those. So happy to answer any questions. My staff here, we have our CFO, Art Trujillo, and Celicia Acosta, who's part of business development and is working on a lot of the newer projects, also helping us with some of the real estate issues on site. So, okay, am I working this somehow or? Yeah. Okay, all right, very good. Very good. Okay, so, oh, there we go. Thank you. So this is, we just had a board of directors meeting yesterday. Some of this is from that, and it's also from some of the presentations I gave to the House Appropriations and Finance Committee early in the session. So some of the pictures are a little old, but this picture on the top is actually Hermeus, which is a company that came to the spaceport about 4 or 5 months ago. So this is their airframe that they built. It's composed of F-16 fighter parts that they put together, and their goal is to eventually build a hypersonic vehicle. In the back of that is the hangar they built and at the spaceport and the concrete they poured. So they very quickly have moved in. They're also going to rent some more space from us. So this company just got another tranche of funding. They're now considered a $1 billion company that we have in New Mexico. Secretary Black in Economic Development is talking about that company, about doing some more things in New Mexico, maybe doing manufacturing. So this was a interesting vehicle that is now flying at the spaceport. So real quick, again, we'll do some activity highlights, capital projects. I'm going to touch, well, this is the one from my board. I think I sent the wrong meeting to you. Well, we can use it. All right, keep going. Too late for that. This picture is, we had, anybody watched on the news a little bit? I mean, we had some news reports. We had something called the Great American Flag at the spaceport. So this was a cool outreach event. We didn't know how this was going to go, so it didn't turn into quite the public event we wanted. But this is one of the country's largest flags. It covers more than a football field and a half. And they were looking for a place to clean it. So we eventually brought it at the spaceport. So it's just kind of a fun little outreach event. They were very impressed with us and said they may come back and do some other events with us, so watch that in the future. Okay, so activity-wise, here's the C-17 that landed at Spaceport America. They were in support of the Thunderbirds, so the U.S. Thunderbirds have been here for 5 years now and are going to continue to come back. I'll talk about them again in a second. Aerospace has been here since 2006, so they launch once or twice a year. We're hoping that cadence picks up, but they've been a long-term customer, do vertical launches. They're connected with Los Alamos National Laboratory now, so they're doing launches that have payloads from Los Alamos Laboratory, so it sort of builds into the Space Valley theme that we've been trying to put together between Los Alamos and El Paso. Here's, again, the 5th year for the Thunderbirds. I don't know how many of you saw the Netflix special that was released. So anybody who's been out to Spaceport, they can see the parts of the Spaceport that were in that little documentary. So it was kind of fun. They bring about 70 people. They stay in Las Cruces for 2.5 weeks or so. So it's a good little economic boost to the area. We're building, with some of the money we have from GRT, we're building a new hangar. So we think they'll be here for at least another 5 years. Here's another look at the Hermes vehicle with the wings attached this time. Again, they just received some more money. They're working on hypersonics with the military. So we're very behind in hypersonics compared to some of our competitors. So, but Spaceport America has sort of been discovered, and we've had 4 different flights of 4 different kinds of companies at the spaceport recently, and this is one of them, Hermes. Really good customer. They're very vocal on social media. So if you go onto LinkedIn, you can see pictures of Spaceport and the things they're doing out there. What they have, this vehicle will eventually reach hypersonic speeds. And when it does that, it will do it over White Sands Missile Range. I've shown you all before the picture of the large chunk of airspace that White Sands Missile Range has. So right now they're flying in the airspace above the spaceport, but in the future they'll use the whole range. Once they get the Mach 3 and above. There's another hypersonic customer that was here in May. They launched off of our rail. Again, they're working on a vehicle similar to the one in the lower left. That rail was the rail that we built, capital improvement funds, and that's helping attract more people to Spaceport America. LEAP is one, this is their Bullfrog system. They're also gonna launch off that rail. They're going to launch later this year and then plan a steady cadence of launches with suborbital flights to test payloads. So, and then one we keep wanting to talk about, but we can't quite talk about, was another hypersonic customer, and this was very much in conjunction with White Sands Missile Range. And I think this one is really important for us because we knew that this required approvals all the way up to the Pentagon level. This was a very, very high visibility, high profile project that could have happened in a number of different places, but it wound up happening with White Sands Missile Range at the spaceport, and it was because of our runway. So we're very excited that we've kind of finally, I think, broken through on what we can do on the defense side, along with our commercial customers. So this was a very exciting thing for us, and we'll talk about it when it's finally cleared to talk about. Castilian, this was an interesting one. That's a picture of them launching at the spaceport. This company is better known as Project Ranger up in Albuquerque, where the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance worked with partners like the State Land Office and others, and they wound up building they're working on a 1,000-acre manufacturing plant in Albuquerque. So a really good tie-in because they wanted to be somewhere where they could test. They wanted to be in a friendly environment. I'm sure you're aware of the State Investment Council and how they're starting to invest in New Mexico companies and New Mexico projects. That was a big factor for getting Castilian to come to Albuquerque area. But also the spaceport played a factor that they knew they could test at the spaceport. We're talking to them about more tests, and also that they're right next to White Sands Missile Range. So a really interesting project. Prismatic has been with us for several years. This is actually one of 3 different customers that are building these high altitude platform systems. This one, all of them are designed to fly above 60,000 feet for 6 months at a time. When Prismatic is here, which is somewhere between 4 to 6 months, they bring about 40 to 60 people, and most of them are staying in Las Cruces, so it's a good example of some economic impact. Precision AI is a small company, but they're purely building this thing for agriculture. So this is a parasail, a motor-powered parasail, but it's designed to spray pesticide or fertilizer on a crop and do it autonomously. So they've been at the spaceport, I think, 3 or 4 years now. And then, of course, Virgin Galactic. So I'll give you a quick update. This is what's called the feather section, and it actually went through Las Cruces. It was manufactured in Texas, and interestingly enough, it had to go through Las Cruces to get to their manufacturing plant in Mesa, Arizona. So this is a picture of it right out by A Mountain as it's going through Las Cruces. So where's the down arrow? So here's a picture of their flight test program. So where they are is they're building 2 brand new spaceships in Mesa, Arizona. The first of those spaceships is supposed to be done sometime at the end of Q2 or Q3 this year, 2026. They're going to bring that to Las Cruces, bring it to the spaceport. That's going to be a big event. It's going to be a brand new shiny spaceship. It's also what I've been calling kind of a third generation spaceship. So this spaceship, unlike the one they have been flying, is designed to turn around in 3 days. So the old one, VSS Unity, took them about 3 weeks to have a flight and then turn it around and fly again. And so this one's designed to turn around in 3 days. And so the idea is that they will have 2 of those spaceships here, and they will start eventually flying in 2027 twice a week, and they'll pick up from there. So that could mean on the order of 125 flights, 150 flights a year. So we're excited about that. Here's another look. Both those pictures come from their year-end earnings report, their Q4 2025 earnings report. So I can send that to you all, or you can look it up on their investor website. But so getting back to the overall customer revenue, this is the customer revenue from non-Virgin Galactic sources. So the reason I'm showing this is so you understand that the spaceport is growing and that we're getting more customers and we're bringing in more revenue that is not connected with Virgin Galactic. And like I showed you, is putting this on the map as a test center for all kinds of vehicles, frankly. So we're growing at about $500,000 a year in terms of revenue, and we're going to keep doing that. Aerospace is a premium, though, so part of our goal is to continue to find customers that don't use aerospace. So we're talking to a small data center, not anything like this is like 50 acres, a very small one that could be an aid to our customers because it has high power computing on site, low latency. We have a satellite ground station. We're talking to another customer that might bring a satellite ground station. So we're trying to find other uses for the land that don't impose on the airspace, but still continue to bring jobs and bring revenue into the spaceport. This was the economic report we released in last July. Just a reminder, the value-added production number is the one I like to focus on. It's the new money into the economy. And you can see that in 2023, it was at about $122 million that was brought into the region. It dropped in 2024, and when we do the analysis for 2025, I think it will also drop, and mostly that's because of the lack of Virgin Galactic flights and the reduction of staff in the area while they're building the new spaceships. But as we get into calendar 2026 and into 2027, I think we'll see that go back up. And so that, along with their other customers, I'm anticipating that we'll hit 1,000, connected jobs to the spaceport probably in 2027. And then our goal is to continue to build that value-added production. Just a quick note on outreach. I reached out to Dr. Stephanie Hofackett on where some of that GRT money is going. I know that's a big discussion. So this was the pie chart she sent me to show where that money goes. And of course, a big part of it goes to the Challenger Learning Center. I don't know if you all have ever been there. They run missions for anybody. They primarily do it for the public schools. Every 6th grader in Las Cruces goes through that, but they will do it for, if you guys want to have a building, event for the county commissioners, I'm sure they'd be happy to help you launch a space shuttle and understand what that teaches the kids and what they go through. It's a good staff event. But all the money also goes to charter schools. It goes to other services. So this is something, as you talk about the tax, I think it's important to consider that the tax, yes, 75% goes to the spaceport capital improvement, but 25% is going to, Las Cruces Public Schools and other in Doña County and Sierra County. Here's a couple other events. One of the things it's important is to reach back both on the STEM side and the K through 12 and at the college level. So we are now sponsoring engineering capstone projects at New Mexico State and New Mexico Tech. One thing I wanted to highlight is we're for the 2nd year, we're doing the space race. That's going to be on May 9th, so you can put your running shoes on. This is basically just an idea to try and get people out to the site. We know we got a lot of visitors last year from out of the region, so it's bringing an economic impact. This year, we're going to do it purely on site and on the runway. And so some people are going to stay tonight. They're going to be in TRC and Las Cruces, and we're always trying to find events like that. Here's some more of our outreach and STEM events. We have a lot of people that come to the spaceport, and we do a lot of other outreach to elementary schools and middle schools. We are going to do an open house again this in September 26th. I wanted to get that on your calendar. The booths that are set up there are just community members, so they can They can be, the Community Hope can have a booth, El Catito Kitchen can have a booth, anybody can have a booth. It's a chance to have a gathering, but also for the public to get onto the spaceport. We'll have some more static displays. We had several static displays like an MQ-9, Virgin Galactic, it showed off the spaceship, and the White Knight 2. So please put that on your calendar and consider having the county be part of that. I think it's a good outreach event for you all. So that's that for that presentation. And if you don't have any questions, I'll move on to the capital improvement discussion real quick. Is that good? Okay. So this is a quick PowerPoint that our capital improvements manager put together, so I could just give you an idea what's going on at the spaceport improvement-wise. So these are the bonds that we have in review. This is where, of course, a lot of the money is coming from the capital improvements. We have Art here, again, our CFO, so we can answer questions about that. Here's the GRT funds that you have, that not you, but the Sierra County and Doña County have provided to the GRT fund. So the amount is about $22 million. And then I'm going to run through some of the projects real quick. These are all projects that are designed to improve the infrastructure at the spaceport to bring in new customers and bring in jobs. So one of them is just a simple road expansion. So this is roads and utilities that go around the south part of the runway. So that's in work. We're almost complete on that. This is allowing us to put our hangar in the south runway, which we were sure we were going to lease. This is where the Thunderbirds will be and other customers. The Stark building, this is a 14,000 square foot building that we're building right now. So the foundation has been excavated. They're going to start pouring the cement soon. But this will be a revenue generating building and also a building that we can have public meetings in, that we can that can be leased to customers and can be leased by other outside groups who just want to do something at the spaceport. It's going to have a 3,000 square foot flex space that can be used for a seminar. It can be used for a meeting. It can also be used for payload processing and for mission control. So we think this will be a big addition to the spaceport. In the bottom picture is the outdoor, it's the amphitheater, and that's connected to a STEM classroom. So the idea is that right now when students come out there, they really get a tour, they get to do a little bit of stuff, but what we want to be able to do is have them actually have a learning session while they're out there. So we'll have a STEM classroom, we'll have this amphitheater where we can do things outside, and we're also, I've been talking to the Astronomical Society of Las Cruces and some other folks about putting a couple observatories outside of that. So when you come out to there, you can see a star in the daytime. A lot of people don't realize you can see a star in the daytime. You can see the rings of Saturn in daytime. These are things to get kids excited about science and technology and about having their own spaceport in their backyard. I'll report more on that later. And of course, as we get, this will be done in about a year and a half, but it'll be a great place for interim committee session meetings from the legislature and sessions for you all, for example. We are building the fabric hangar. This is the payload. This is the hangar I spoke about. It's about 150 feet by 150 feet. So that will be the first new hangar we've had for a while. And again, we think we will lease this regularly. Northern runway improvement, our road improvement. So we're adding the road around the top of the runway so we can get to the far side, and also utilities. And then we have a project just to improve the pavement on site. So the runway, it does require maintenance, and our roads require maintenance. So that was another portion of where some of the money from the state is coming from, and the GRT. Mainly this is state money. We are looking at improving the sewer planning. I think I've explained before, we're like a little city. We have to do everything ourselves, the fire department, the police, security, and the sewer, and the fresh water, and IT, and electricity. So we have that kind of maintenance burden. Here's another project. We have agreements with the ranchers. So the percent of land that we actually use out there is, I think I calculated it once, on the order of 14% of our 18,000 acres currently. The rest of the 18,000 acres is still under the State Land Office grazing agreements. So we have to work with our ranchers. So as we expand and as we do things, we have to continue to work with the rancher families out there. So this is a project to fence off some of the areas so they can use that. We've been exploring being a reentry site. I don't know if you remember that the CST-100, the Boeing's capsule, flew overhead, a couple times over Las Cruces. So we're working to be a possible reentry site for that capsule and for other capsules that are being built, and also Sierra Space, their Dream Chaser vehicle. So we went to the FAA, and basically our 15-year-old EIS we're having to update. So that's a project that we're working on right now. And then just some other general civil engineering on site. And then here's what we have in total with the state for the ICIP program. So this goes out, you can see several years, but I think we got behind in the capital improvement monies that in the way we were spending them 4 or 5 years ago. It's taken a while to get caught up. We now have a capital improvements manager that has sped things up, but I think the proportion of money that the state has been giving us compared to what's coming from the GRT is now maybe a little out of balance. So as you all consider the GRT, I think it's important to realize that the state needs to contribute their fair share too. We're a little behind with them, I think, but this is what we have in the ICIP program. GTS roof replacement, that's under state monies. Reverse osmosis system, we have very brackish water out there. So, and then some wireless infrastructure, cybersecurity stuff. So I think that's about it. One thing I wanted to point out, I don't know how many of you listen to KRWG, but this morning on Marketplace, they had a little segment on Blue Shift. So Blue Shift Aerospace is from Maine. We've been talking to them for a while. And then they announced right there on national news that they're going to be out at Spaceport sometime in the next year. So that was kind of cool. And the guy interviewing them asked about Spaceport America and talked about it being in New Mexico. So that was kind of cool that we were mentioned in that way. The other thing that was interesting was maybe 5-10 minutes later, they had a story on Artemis and how we right now have 4 astronauts. You know, they're no longer on the far side of the moon. They're on their way back here. And it's to me, a very new space, old space, because if you look at the Artemis program, it's actually very old rocket technology. It's very exciting that we're going back to the moon and we're doing it that way, but it's shuttle era boosters, shuttle era engines, and a project that is very important for the moving of our space program, but it's not a lot of new hardware, not a lot of technology in the traditional sense. But just 10 minutes before, a young company from Maine who's going to come here to the spaceport and is part of that new space economy. And that's one of the things we're trying very hard to focus on in terms of the spaceport, is how to get bigger and bigger pieces of that new space economy. So hopefully we'll hear more about Blue Shift and yet another company we might be able to convince to do some things in New Mexico. So thank you, Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Board members, I know we're going to have another portion of this by Lucio, but wanted to see if you had any questions for Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Chair, I just would like a copy of that slide, that presentation that you did.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we
Mr.
have
Chair,
copies.
if we can go back to the slide on the ICIP list.
Oh, I can do that. Sorry. The full one for the state?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have copies of the presentation. So Alicia will hand them out. Yeah. There's the other one with the capital improvements.
You want to give them? Hey, Commissioner, do you have any questions or on the ICA, Commissioner Sheldon, on this?
Not at the moment. I'll wait until after the next presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, well, just hang tight here. I don't know, like I said, after Lucio speaks, I don't know if there'll be anything combined or anything else that we may want to discuss, so we may call you back up here in a second
Okay.
just to
Yeah,
help
no, we'll be
answer questions. I think having the context of the GRT from our perspective or how the funding mechanism is, so. Like I said, appreciate you hanging tight here.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Lucio.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I will be presenting the Spaceport Gross Receipts Tax high-level history of inception to, what has been collected to date. And my name is Lucio Luttrell. I'm the interim deputy county manager. So I'll begin with a high-level timeline. So this goes back to February 2007. This board adopted the regional Spaceport Gross Receipts Tax with ordinance 227-07 imposing an excise tax equal to 1/4%. And so the board had the ability to impose up to 0.5% with 1/16 increments, but the board chose 1/4%. And during that same meeting, there wasn't a call for an election as required by state statute. And the special election was held in April 2007. So I wanted to highlight the margin of yes to no, and it was yes by around 270 votes. And so we began collecting the Spaceport GRT in January of 2009. So this slide shows the restrictions. Most of you know this, but I'll reiterate. 75% of what's collected is for financing, planning, designing, engineering, and construction of a spaceport, or for projects or services of the district. Currently, this portion of the GRT is pledged for bond payments with a maturity date of fiscal year 2029, and the remaining 25% is for spaceport-related project as approved by Resolution 2009-08, which dedicated the funds for rigorous academic programs in the county's 3 school districts. So that is Hatch, Gadsden, and LCPS. This slide will show some of the history going back to FY20. So as you can see, the most recent year, FY25, showed that we received, and this is net of the GRT admin fee collected by Tax and Rev, $14.98 million, of which 75% that is related to spaceport-related activities, 11.24, and then the school district portion is 3.75, so that's 25%. And so these projections are incorporated based on where we're standing year to date. So we're seeing a 10% growth over prior year for FY26. And then we're using our projections from our economist for 27, 28, and 29. And those are hovering in the 7 to 8% range GRT growth. So I do want to highlight that the intercept amount to pay debt that goes to NMFA is $4.4 million. So of the 75% for FY25, $11.24 million, 4.4 was intercepted. And I do want to highlight this. These projections do not include our estimated GRT of $55.8 million from Project Jupiter construction. And so that is based on early construction estimates of $22.3 billion. And this will go into a little more depth on the next slide. So here's a chart of the cumulative Spaceport GRT collection. So from fiscal year 2009 to 25, we've collected a total of $160 million. 75% was $120 million, and 25% was $40 million. So FY26, 27, 28, and 29, you'll see some small growth there, and giving us a total overall $233 million in expected up until FY29. Again, I do want to highlight that this does not include anticipated one-time GRT from Project Jupiter construction. So as you can see, that would add an additional $55.8 million, with 75% of that being 41.8 and 25% being 13.9. I did include a little snapshot of Spaceport Authority's outstanding debt related to the bonds that mature in FY29. So there is principal of $18.1 million with interest of $327,000 for a total of $18.4 million that needs to be paid off. And this is straight from their FY25 audit report. I know I went through that relatively quickly, but the discussion and the topic is, should the county explore the potential to sunset this GRT? And so I open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Lucia. Appreciate it. Just for clarity for the commission, so I think you had noted the intercept amount to pay is $4.4 million. Per the GRT as it is, what ends up happening is the additional or the excess amounts that are collected end up going into the tax district specifically for, as noted, for the capital improvement, the construction for the spaceport. And so all the excess, so they're able to capture some of all of the excess. I think one of the things that I've seen thus far has been that and I think we've had some of this discussion previously, but is Spaceport is probably, while they do receive, I think we had a fight for some time to push the state legislature to provide operational funding for Spaceport. The state is doing that now, but when it comes to their operations, their capital projects, they have to fight for the same pot of funding through ICIP or through the ICIP process and getting that capital outlay from the legislature. They are not really, I don't think the legislature has prioritized this. I think there's some legislators that have said they want to sell Spaceport. But at the end of the day, you know, we're this far into it, but the state has not prioritized this. And they're getting their funding for capital projects through the GRT. So just wanted to share that, at least to kind of provide some perspective in how the funding mechanisms have worked for Spaceport, and really kind of highlight how the state has not really put in their share, what I feel is their share. They've relied on the taxpayers of Doña County and Sierra County to support Spaceport thus far. So, but wanted to put that out there with the discussion. Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
Can you go back one slide, please? Or two, there. Oh, nope, yep, that. Okay. I have thoughts and questions, but more so thoughts. So I took some notes really quickly, and I think, you know, we've had this discussion, what, 3 or 4 times over the last 2 years, I believe. We've kind of been talking about this, and I had no idea because, one, I was a child when the GRT spaceport tax, sorry, I was a high school student, and wasn't voting age. But can you go back to the percentage of the vote for me, please? There you go. I turned 17 that month, just saying. Yeah, thank you. But I had no idea it was that close of an election. So I think that's something that we should definitely talk about and note. But, you know, I took notes, and it looks like we have $172 million in outstanding capital outlay projects over fiscal year 27 to 30. But yet over the next 4 years, we have $174.9 million. Is that correct? That will be going into from the GRT? Yeah. So it looks like over the next 4 years, the allocations will be 174.9, a total of 233.2 million, with 58.3 million coming to the public schools, which I know that we've talked about several different times that this is something that they rely on, that they really do need, as they've been kind of counting on it since 2008, when that tax would have gone into effect. We also see down there that the GRT for the one time for Project Jupiter is 55.8 million. You know, this is a lot of money. This is, you know, huge dollars and cents when you come down to it. And although I think what Spaceport America has come to do over the years to create this industry in southern New Mexico, I think it's absolutely wonderful. But I have a lot of questions. It's the only state agency that is not funded by the state. And at the end of the day, it's falling on the backs of probably two of the most rural, sprawling, you know, very deserving counties. But we need to start looking at where our money is going and how we're spending it. We just voted the GO bond. The GO bond passed by insane margins for quality of life. And you know, we're looking at dollars and cents here, and it would add up kind of to about the same amount. Am I right, Lucio, on that?
And so I do want to clarify one point. I know you were looking at the 174.9 million.
Yes.
And so that is total from 2009.
2008 or 2009?
2009 when we began collecting. So if we look at going forward from 26 to 29, we're anticipating another 55 million or so plus the 42 related to Jupiter.
Okay. So what we're looking at is a total of what then? 42 plus 55?
Yes.
So almost, 90 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
97. And so, and then I'm sorry if you could go back to your other question that you had related to
What was I asking you?
the equivalent.
Oh,
of,
the equivalent of the 12, 13, 14, and 15 million. Would that kind of equate to where we're at with the Go bond? Do you know what I'm saying?
I may need some clarification.
So once we start pulling from the Go bond monies, our payback amount, will that be equivalent to what we're seeing here? No. More or less? Less. Go bond is less than this.
Yes, and I don't have that off the top of my head, so I don't want to communicate the incorrect information.
Mr. Chair, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Yes, it will be much less. The GO bond is $140 million over up to 30 years. And if you look at this, we're $175 million over 20 years.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So what I'm getting at is I think that we've done our part as a county commissioners. I think that we've fully funded this. I think that we should definitely get it through to FY29 and see what the state's willing to do, because at the end of the day, we have so many things here in our community that we can really utilize and fund with this. And getting this off of the backs of Doña County residents, I think, is crucial. I understand that there's $172 million in capital outlay that's needed. But at the end of the day, that is money that, we're also going after to put in roads, infrastructure, water, sewer, internet, quality of life initiatives, rec centers, giving our kids something to do, which will help a much larger community and a much larger population. And I think we need to start looking at it. We've kind of invested as much as we can over the last 3 years in the quality of life of our residents. We've invested in pinching dollars and cents, using reserves, doing, grant funding, matching, asking for a million different ways to help with the federal government, state government, local municipalities. I think we just need to figure this out. And, we keep talking about this. I think it's time that we figure out the direction we want to go in and kind of stick with it. We're talking about what we're doing down in Santa Teresa, putting in money there, infrastructure and down there. We're talking about off of Rincon exit and what we can do out there to kind of help spur growth. But I'm just not sure that this is what we need to be focusing on after FY29. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Kimball.
I have a question. Well, three things, actually. Since this gross receipts tax was voted on, do we have the authority to stop it? I don't understand how that works.
I think we've had some initial discussion about it, and I think I'll have to look over at Kerry, but I believe in the discussions we've had and discussions we've had with Sierra County is I think we have to cancel the GRT via, or sunset it via another vote,
Another vote.
I think but that,
That's what I was wondering.
yep. So we can't, I think we've looked at it, because there was some question as to whether we could just, because we're canceling a tax, whether we could just pass an ordinance or a resolution that cancels it. But I think based off of the state, the way we've read our legal and Sierra County, they seem to be in agreement that we would have to do another referendum.
Okay, that's what I thought. The second thing is, what does it mean the Project Jupiter one time is going into Spaceport?
So the GRT that's generated from the initial build of Project Jupiter, all of those of that GRT revenue that is being collected from Project Jupiter will also, similarly the 75-25, how it will be taking that money and it will go to the Spaceport GRT.
And how did that happen? By resolution the commission did?
No, it's just through the regular sales tax that gets collected.
even, everything in the county goes through it. So you're
Correct.
talking, that's just a bump in overall gross receipts.
Correct.
Okay, and then the third thing is I serve on a charter school board and we really appreciate the funding. We really, really do. And if there's any way that it can be saved to at least help the, still help the students, you know, I think that's a really big thing. We benefit a lot from a STEM teacher. We get staff through the gross receipts, the Spaceport tax, and it's really valuable. And the Challenger Center would probably close if this gross receipts tax goes away because it's funded by the gross receipts tax. And it's really a valuable asset in this community as well.
Absolutely. I think that's something that is up for, we'll have to discuss, but I understand, because I know we've had, LCPS has probably been the most vocal here
Right.
at the commission regarding anything related to the Spaceport GRT, but I think exactly they've echoed the same sentiments as you've
And our
just said.
money for our charter school flows through Las Cruces Public Schools. So it comes through there. So we're in the mix of what they're doing as well. So it's really valuable. So if there's some way, you know, to do it so that the schools are still preserved, and I don't want Spaceport to suffer and not have the funding that we're giving them when we're on the verge of so many things coming in. So I think we need to, you know, really look hard at this before we sunset it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I think Commissioner Kimball actually brought up something really important. And, you know, we've talked about it a lot over the last couple of years about the school's involvement with this and the Challenger Center. And my mother-in-law has taken kids to the Challenger Center year over year over year. You know, when we look at it over the next, you know, this will continue on until FY29. So December 31st of FY29 is when the funding kind of stops with the vote. And I think that's something that we need to look at is the voters in Doña County have already agreed to this. Let's let them figure out if they want to do it again or not. I think if they want to continue the funding, we should let them have that decision. But I think also, and in no way, shape, or form can we tell Spaceport America what to do with the funding, but we're looking at $58.3 million over the next 4 years going to the public schools, right? So FY29 would get them, you know, to FY30, and the funding would stop for, you know, STEM programs, which is what it's supposed to go towards, right? If we look at the $55.8 million from Project Jupiter, which was kind of a surprise to all these different entities, they can fund that to the schools and have the schools funded for another 4 years. You know, I think that there's a lot of different ways, but also kind of what we've done. And actually, Denise, I'm kind of glad to see you because I have a couple questions on this. Is when companies are coming into Spaceport America, are they eligible for IRBs as well as any other tax incentives to the state of New Mexico?
I believe.
Oh, actually, come on up.
Well, I think while we're waiting for Ms. Marquez to come up, I think the issue is that Spaceport America is actually located in Sierra County.
Exactly, which we don't know about any IRBs, so we have the expert.
Ms. Luis Marquez, welcome.
Luis Marquez, Economic Development Administrator. IRBs and LEDA especially, they have to be a qualifying entity.
Okay.
And it's going to depend on where they locate. Not uncommon that a company that is testing at Spaceport America would locate their operations in Doña County.
Okay.
And then they would be LEDA eligible, you know, if they're LEDA eligible, yes, they would be eligible for IRBs as well. So yes, there is a scenario where that's all possible.
Have we had that scenario where it's been utilized?
Mental Rolodex, 1 second. I'm confident there is, but I can't pull a company off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yes.
The only reason why I'm asking that is whenever and Commissioner Chapato brought this up during other conversations about making sure that schools and charter schools are taken care of whenever we're bringing businesses into our community. I think that's something that we can kind of request that Sierra County as well as Spaceport America does is when they have companies coming in, you know, instead of putting the burden on Doña County, which a majority of the burden of Spaceport America is here in Doña County, even though it's located in Sierra County, which I think is another huge kind of heartburn for me. But we should be asking them to contribute to the STEM programs of Las Cruces, Hatch, and Gadsden, as well as the charter schools. I mean, that would make sense to me because we want them to have local workforce. We want them to be tapping into our high schools, our colleges, our community colleges. Why not say, hey, here they are. Let's make sure that we're growing our own. We should be asking them to contribute and to do stuff with these students. So again, I mean, I'm just thinking of the possibility that this is ending in 29. How can we make sure that we're taking care of the schools past? Because in my mind, I mean, after seeing the vote, if it goes towards the voters, I wonder what that would look like. So I think that we can brainstorm like how to take care of the schools. But I also think that the bigger portion of this is how do we take care of the residents of Doña County?
I would dare to venture when I say this, but when we look at, obviously I understand, I agree, and we need to, I would love for us to figure out how to maybe look for, to benefit the school district, or take care of the school district moving forward. I think the only thing is that we have to continue to recognize that Spaceport America is a state entity and not a private entity. And so, saying that they need to contribute to the schools would be saying that the state needs to contribute to the schools. So I think it's like kind of just keeping that in mind. But the other part is, and this is just something to consider too, right? If we move forward in the end with sunsetting the GRT, the question that's been asked by Sierra County is, can they continue on? And I think the answer is yes. So Sierra County can continue on, and I think the other part of it becomes so right now, because of the GRT, we have a representative on the tax district board. And the tax district board is the one that can authorize the release of these funds that come in specifically from the GRT. If we sunset this, then obviously we wouldn't be collecting revenues, or potentially not revenues coming in from Doña County to support this anymore, for Spaceport anymore, but we will also end up losing our seat at the table for the tax district, which may not be of concern, since we will not be collecting moving forward. It's just another thing that it sounds like Sierra County may want to continue their portion of the GRT.
So, Mr. Chair, the other thing I'd like to say is that vote happened when the spaceport was a dream and a prayer, and it passed. I think with all the good they've done now, there's a better chance of it passing again, after 2029. I think there's a better chance, and the schools are benefiting. So we can't assume that it won't pass again, because it passed before when nothing was out there. And I think that says a lot for how it was presented and how people were hopeful. And there have been some slow times, when nothing happened and people are like, why the heck are we doing this? But it's so different now. It's almost steamrolling. And I think we should, keep that in mind. It could very well pass 80-20 next time. We don't really know, because there's a lot more going on out there than when we voted in 2007.
I mean, there's, and I'll say for myself, I would support sunsetting the GRT, but also trying to find a way to take care of, I think to me, the biggest concern I have is how we support the public school system with this. I think there could be a potential, either way, we could sunset this, and I think for me, the thing that would make me comfortable doing this is that with Project Jupiter GRT coming in for the spaceport, we could be leaving at least the spaceport with a significant amount of capital funds to be able to move forward with, to continue to grow even after the GRT is sunset. Because I think that's one of the things that is critical for the spaceport to be successful. Is we see a lot of private spaceports that have opened up, Blue Origin, SpaceX, a lot of these others, and I understand they are financed privately, but this is Spaceport America. We've already, by the end, have contributed, $180 million, and to simply throw it away would seem like a huge waste of our public funds for that. So I believe, so long as they're set up for success, which I think with the Project Jupiter GRT, they will be, but I think we can potentially come up with another, if we wanted to ask the public to authorize even for another use for the GRT, we've seen like in Bernalillo County where they've used a dedicated GRT for behavioral health. We've seen how other counties have funded other public programs through this. So we could potentially, eventually, if this is depending on what direction we go, you could come up with a way to continue to contribute to the public school system for STEM-related projects, and also maybe get money for funding for us to do other things. It could be a roads fund to move forward with. It could be infrastructure, water. I mean, I think we could do that and try to work with the public if that's the direction also. It just, this is obviously a piece of our GRT that we could potentially take back and ask the public to help, do something else with.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that. So I appreciate all the questions and the discussion that's going on because, this is new to me. I mean, we've had some discussions and of course, a lot of new stuff that's come to me can sometimes be a little over my head. So I really do appreciate everybody explaining certain things. And for me, I do agree with you on that aspect of, sunsetting. But I do think that we need to allow the public to have that opportunity, to have that say, and also probably looking into other avenues with the funding and, possibly keeping the funding for the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Just wanted to, we have two commissioners who were not on the board in 2024 when we had a little bit of this discussion. So I just wanted to kind of touch on 2 points for consideration, in particular as they relate to the public schools element. The public schools are required as part of receiving this funding to provide annual reports. That 2024 report was the last one provided by the school districts. And that is why the numbers that were shown earlier from the Spaceport were 2023, 2024 numbers. So all the school districts are out of compliance right now with that requirement. We checked with Lucio earlier. They did not supply anything for last year. And this year's almost over. Second point on that is the board before you back in 2007 that approved this stipulated that the schools were supposed to put in place robust programs. And the draft reports we saw back in 2024 did not show any really robust programs related to STEM. They showed salary expenditures, but they did not show program outcomes. And we did get comments back in 2024 about the pass rates or the proficiency rates for STEM students. And math for one of the school districts is below 30% proficiency. So that is something that the board may wish to consider, is if there is continuation for funding with the school districts, is how to hold them accountable to the requirements that the board has previously put in place, plus anything new you would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Lucio, you might not have these numbers, but relating back to what Stephen said, utilization of these funds for STEM programs, do we know how many dollars were used for salaries instead of students?
I do not have that information with me, but we can request it and get that to you and to this board.
Because to me, it would make sense to kind of ferret that out. If it's just being utilized for salaries instead of for the students. I have questions about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Commissioner Kimball.
But being the head of serving on the school board of a charter school, we hired a STEM teacher with the salaries to teach specific science classes. You can't just give the money to the students. So it's kind of a different thing to give you a report. I mean, the grades and things like that, I don't know what kind of report we gave from our school because, again, it goes through LCPS. But when you're hiring a teacher, it has to specifically be a science teacher or a math teacher or a new program to increase learning in those areas. It's not just, oh, we'll get another teacher in here. It has to be a specific teacher.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner. I wasn't sure about that. And Commissioner, maybe you might know the answer to this. Is that a general rule for all the schools or just for your school?
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I don't know what LCPS does, although they support the Challenger Center, but we will hire a teacher in ours. what comes to our charter school is probably $30,000 a year. It's not enough to hire, a whole teacher. It's not that much money when you break it down by all the schools. But it does help us get a teacher that's specially trained in STEM classes. And that's what we use it for. And if you look at our budget, you will see where the Spaceport money goes in our budget.
And Mr. Chair, if we can request an update from LCPS, I think that'd be a really good idea so that at least I can understand this a little further. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I'll just add on, I think, to get the reports from the Hatch Valley schools as well as Gadsden would be good so we can see kind of how each is. I cannot speak to the specifics of LCPS. I just know from my kiddos that I think some of the funding that they've used it for, they are trying, I think as Commissioner Kimball noted, they are using it specifically for STEM because I know they have it separated for that. But I know they've also used it to fund some of the operational pieces of some of the school's robotics programs that they fund to be able to go and do that, to provide equipment and things that they need for some of those programs. So I think they do try to find extracurricular activities as well that they can fund that are STEM related in addition to that. So, but I think hopefully that would come across in the in those reports.
And Mr. Chair, I believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Chaparral did win a national award for the robotics the last 2 years in a row. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Chair, seeing three heads nodding, at least on the last comments, we will reach out to the schools and follow back up with you all.
So I think, is there, I guess, so hopefully the thought was to try to get a direction on, do we want to, direction we want to go with the GRT? Do we want to at least give management the direction on potentially sunsetting or sunsetting and potentially identifying what the follow-on B would be for a new GRT, or just trying to give them at least general direction on trying to come up with ideas on how we might continue supporting the public schools in some way?
And Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro, yes.
I have a question. So wouldn't it help us to maybe speak with Secretary Black regarding what his thoughts are? I mean, and I'm taking very quick notes here, we're saying that the state hasn't cooperated with their share of the funding for Spaceport. And I'd be very interested in speaking with the commissioners from Sierra County as well before I make up my mind. I'd rather have more information than just make it on the fly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Absolutely. I don't think we want to make a decision without having all the information in front of us. I think one of the things we just want to try to figure out is, do we, understanding what would have to be, what timelines we'd be looking at, and potential direction we'd need to go or approve. At least that's what I was hoping for when we discussed this, is just trying to get an understanding of not forcing the vote quickly without, doing our due diligence. Just wanted to make sure we had all the processes in place or understood what would be needed if that's the direction we wanted to go. And then also to potentially explore some of the other recommendations. So, but completely understand. I don't know how we get Secretary Black to provide some additional information. I know, I think that'd be I think it's a fair ask, so thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. We can reach out and have those conversations. We did follow up with the schools, so we're hoping to get those reports in soon. The last thing I would like to add is we're talking about different options to potentially fund the schools if we do sunset this GRT. And so we do have some capacity to increase our unrestricted countywide GRT without voter approval, and that is 0.06%. And so we have up to 1% that we could go without voter approval, plus an additional 0.25% with voter approval. So there is some capacity there, and 0.06% gets us approximately $4 million annually.
Would the 0.25% you mentioned, is that inclusive of if this GRT sunset, or would that add in an additional, was it 3/8 of 1% or?
Yeah, so that will be an additional unrestricted that this board can dedicate to a specific purpose.
Okay.
So there's that portion. And on the county area side, we have a cap of 0.5%, and we're currently sitting at 0.37%.
And so there is the ability to increase 0.13% with voter approval as well. And as you mentioned earlier, there is a restricted GRD that can go to the voters, which is the county-wide or county area emergency communications and emergency medical and behavioral health services tax that could go to the board or to voters for approval.
Okay. And now I see Mr. McLaughlin kind of raise his hand, so I'll ask him to come on up.
Really quickly, Mr. Chair, before we do that, I was looking online really quickly, so, and just to kind of help, because I remember Commissioner Chapato, you had a lot of questions the last time, kind of based off of the school's use of the funding, and I think we talked about that a lot, because I think I've heard a lot of the same concerns that you just brought up as far as like where the funding goes. And I just kind of looked, and I haven't been able to find anything in Sierra County, but in 2021, we put in $7 million into Spaceport through the GRT. Sierra County put in $500,000. $7 million to their $500,000. So over the last, 5-6 years, it's going to be doubling on our end and probably doubling on their end, which is $1 million. So I think not only should we be talking to Secretary Black about this, but I also think we need to start having conversations with the governor, because when you think about it, this is probably one of the cheapest investments that the state of New Mexico can make into a state agency, when you think about it, right? Because it's 15, 20, so $20 million a year. That's probably the cheapest agency that the state of New Mexico has. And I kind of wonder what the state would do if it does end in 2029, if they would force their hand and come out and start supporting this more. Because I just was looking at the 2025 report that Spaceport put out about an Arrowhead, who does all the economic impact reports for the county. They do it for the city as well. And I just think it's really interesting just to see what the economic impact is, which is great. I mean, it's a huge number. It says $491 million in value added from 2019 to 2024. But when you look at the direct and indirect jobs, it says in Doña it's 590 jobs. So if you think about it, 590 jobs, and we're putting in $20 million a year, what does that come out to per year per job? I mean, it's just not. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with having this conversation year after year, because I get that it's a great thing for our county, but it falls on the shoulders of our residents, and all the GRT goes to Sierra County, which I think is great, because Sierra County does need help and they do need support, but also we're not, where's the value added for our residents? Yeah. So I just kind of want to put it out there. I think it's been a great thing that this is done for our community. It's just, I'm struggling to see the intent anymore as far as that goes. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Sheldon, on this, thank you for those comments. It kind of clarified a little bit for me. However, you mentioned forcing hands, and my practice, my recommendation would be to have the communication first before the thought of forcing anyone's hand. Having communication with our community partners, Secretary Black, the governor, you mentioned the governor, and I think bringing the governor to the table is an excellent idea before decisions are being made, so that this board can move forward clearly on Spaceport and what the wish of this commission is. Obtaining more information is always a good idea, but I think you hit the nail on the head with bringing the governor in to these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Scott.
Excuse me, yeah, Scott McLaughlin, the Executive Director, Spaceport. I just wanted to add a couple of quick things. One is the state right now, by the numbers, is paying about 50% of CapEx compared to where the GRT funds are. Historically, it's been about 1/3 the counties and 2/3 the state. And that leads to the original Spaceport Development Act, which required that at least 2 of the 3 counties, Otero voted no, but Sierra County and Doña County voted yes. And for the spaceport to have moved forward at all, because all the jobs and most of the economic impact was going to occur in the region, and I'm guessing because I wasn't around then, but the legislatures had decided that the Doña, 2 of the 3 counties had to vote to tax themselves, basically to support the spaceport. So that was the historical precedent. Now going forward, what the legislators would think about that GRT tax and how that plays with the CapEx funds for the legislature, that it's anybody's guess, right? It's a complete, everybody's new, everybody's different. But I will also say our operations budget is about 10 to 12 million a year. It was a little higher a few years ago, but a little low right now because of Virgin Galactic. And the state is kicking in about 4 million in general fund on that. And then we're picking up the rest of the operations from the revenue from our customers. So what you all are specifically talking about is basically the CapEx, right, to build infrastructure for the spaceport. So, and then just a quick note, our governance, we were created as an independent state agency. We're administratively attached to economic development, and Secretary Black is the chair of our board of directors. So, so definitely talking to Secretary Black is going to be a pathway to understanding possible future. But I'd also recommend talking to the legislators, because I think that the reputation of the spaceport has been harmed over the years, partially because of the legislators in some cases. When a legislator says, let's sell the spaceport for $1, and then I ask my business development staff to go out and recruit people, it's incompatible. I cannot get someone to put down roots in New Mexico if they think the spaceport's going to disappear or not be supported by the legislators. So luckily in the last couple of years, the legislators have kind of simmered down. But I agree that there has to be more conversation between those legislators and what is the purpose of spaceport? Who does it benefit? How to move forward? How to keep us as an enabler? Like again, I bring up Castilian that is building a 1,000-acre facility in Albuquerque. We in this area have not benefited as much from our customers putting down roots in Las Cruces. And I know the next topic is going to be the Aerospace Park, and I think that could be part of it, working together. I've been trying to work on a study for you all for Midland, Texas. Now, Midland, Texas is rich because of their oil money, and they went and got a spaceport license many, many years ago. But they're an active commercial airport, so it's not really a good place to do testing. But they got that license, and what it allowed them to do is start focusing on aerospace companies, and they've done a very good job of just bringing in companies to the area. And that's something I'd like to see Las Cruces and in Doña County do, is realize, hey, we've got White Sands Missile Range, we have NASA test facility, we have the spaceport. How can we make a concerted effort to increase the number of aerospace companies in the area? And then I think, commissioners, that's where a lot of the benefit of the spaceport comes. It may not come directly from the jobs at the spaceport, but it comes from us being an enabler and a catalyst for the area. But anyway, I appreciate the wide-ranging conversation, and thank you for letting me add a few more comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
I appreciate that we're having the conversation right now, but, just taking into consideration that coming into next year, we will definitely have a new governor, right? We may have, for sure, we're going to have one new commissioner, maybe 2, just depends on how the elections go. So, we're going to have new administration coming in. So I think we just got to keep continuing this talk, maybe, gathering the information that's being requested so we can actually see the bigger picture, right? The whole pie instead of the slice. That way, with the new board members or member for next year that comes in, they're aware of this as well, because this isn't something that we're going to put into play until 2029, right? So, and then also by end of 2028, we've got 2 other board members, or 3 that may, 2 that are going to term out for sure. One that may not be elected as well. So then we're going to have another turnover of administration here. And, I just really think that it's kind of hard when we're making decisions for the future administrations, you know? And I just feel like we just need to continue this conversation, you know, with the new administration and the legislators as well. So just knowing that it's not going to be just something that we're going to think of right now as a done deal, right?
I mean, my hope is that you're right. Everything can change. I think one of the biggest thing that's been discussed, and it was looking at this, was trying to put into place the potential to sunset this now, so that it is already in place to sunset. Now, what happens after, I would agree, but I think my real concern is that, yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of this funding has been done on the backs of Doña County taxpayers. And so if there's an opportunity for us to, you know, get this moving in that direction so that, you know, we don't continue on, it doesn't go in perpetuity, is my concern. Because if we don't do anything, no one acts, the GRT stays in place until the commission takes that chance. I think, to me, I wouldn't mind meeting our obligation to pay off the bonds, but, you know, I don't know. I understand, like I said, I think that's part of the discussion. I just feel like for us, I think we put it in place that we're setting that line in the sand in terms of where the GRT ends, so that, you know, again, we don't continue to put that on the backs of Doña County taxpayers. And to make it even more fun, a GRT is a regressive tax. So it's literally the people that pay the most in a percentage of their pay are the low income. So, you know, I think I'm always sensitive to, when it comes to GRT, that we recognize that it's the lower and middle class that end up paying more for this, or it's a bigger chunk of their paychecks that go towards this.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon on this.
Thank you for saying that. And Vice Chair Gometos, I appreciate what you said as well. But I think at the end of the day, whether or not this continues on or not, I think it should be up to the voters. And the work can be done just like we did for the GO bond. You know, if Spaceport wants that tax to continue, if Sierra County wants that tax to continue, if Doña County wants that tax to continue, then they would have to do the footwork to make sure that the residents know the benefits. You know, that's what we have to do every day here. We talk about, we have to weigh the pros and the cons of every single project that we do. What roads get paved, what water projects get funded, all those kind of things. So I think, you know, at the end of the day, no matter what administration or what electeds come in, if you are being as transparent as possible, put it to the voters. Let the voters decide. And then it's kind of off the hands of the commission at that point in time, as well as administration, is let them decide the fate of that tax. But Commissioner Sanchez, Chair Sanchez, you're exactly right. You know, the issues with the GRT is that it goes to the brunt of the working class community here in Doña County. And I think, was it Commissioner Kimball, did you talk about the mental health? Yep. And Bernalillo County has implemented that, 2 years ago?
Oh, no.
Has it really? Okay.
But
Six years?
ago.
I think we probably talked about it 2 years ago with the CTC then. But, you know, I would believe that a mental health-based GRT tax would probably benefit a larger population. And I think at the end of the day, when you're looking at the population and the biggest bang for your buck, let the voters decide what that is. You know, we've been talking about the expanding of the fire department here within the county, and how our SAFER grants they're going to end soon, right? And we're going to have to make big decisions whether we continually fully staff fire stations throughout the county to lower our ISO rating to help every single person that owns property here in Doña County reduce their monthly expenditures for their tax, right? Or for their insurance. And when I think of things like that, and I'm sure I can sit here and ramble off 10 more things that would that we have to kind of consider in the next few years, we're going to have big decisions to make no matter what we do. So this is one of probably the easier decisions, is whether or not we should let the voters decide where their tax money goes. And that's where I'm at. If Sierra County wants to continue it, they're more than welcome to, but I don't see $500,000 to $1 million a year making that big of a dent in the expenditures and the funding needs of Spaceport. But that's just me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner. Madam Vice Chair.
So I do have a question and I have a comment. So I do agree that, this tax has been on the backs of Doña County residents for a long time already. And I do think that they should have the voice to be able to decide whether they want to continue this or not. I do agree with that. My question is, on the last report from the schools, it was in 2024, right? So what department will be responsible for the compliance, to making sure that the schools are compliant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so currently our finance department receives those reports. And so we could retain that within finance and make sure that they're meeting all obligations under the MOU that is in place, or any potential MOU that is amended and created.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro.
I have a question for Scott, please. And I didn't write the numbers down, Scott, so you'll have patience with me on this. Regarding the number of employees on Spaceport, how many employees does Spaceport have?
So Chair, for Spaceport America itself,
Yes,
for the state agency,
yes.
we have about 32,
Pardon me, 30?
32
32.
full-time equivalents.
And I had some notes here, but I have 7 pages of notes. How many projects are currently functioning at Spaceport? How many different companies do you have out at Spaceport?
Look, Commissioner, that's a hard question, because that's why we put out the annual report, so you can see and I have copies of that if you don't have a copy. We have customers that come in for 2 or 3 weeks at a time and they go. We have customers that come in for 4 or 5 months and then they leave and then they come back. And then we have customers like Hermes that are here for maybe permanently for years to come. So at any given time, I would think we probably have business relationships with maybe 20 entities that are kind of, they're going to come back next year, they're going to come back next week. The hard thing for us is getting them in the area permanently. That's kind of our ultimate goals. We want them at the spaceport, but we're always going to be a test site. There was an article that came out a few days ago about how the industry, the aerospace industry, does not have enough test sites. And I think that's why we're starting to get more of those kind of customers. But I think ultimately we want, companies to locate here. But I don't know if that answers your question. We're not just a normal business, like, we're not an industrial park where we sell a lot. Like I said, Hermes has been there permanently, Prismatic has been there permanently, AeroVironment's been there permanently, a few others. So.
And what I found intriguing in your presentation was the Department of War, and we know that's expanding
Right.
very, very quickly. I know that they have been having talks with Los Alamos, expanding that, and I also understand that because of White Sands Missile Range and its proximity to Spaceport, it opens up a lot of opportunities with the federal government. So I know you can't give us information yet with the Department of War, but general question, do you anticipate the Department of War coming into Doña County in the next couple of years with bigger projects?
Commissioner,
And you don't have to give us details, because I understand that, but what is your opinion on that?
there's a couple parts of that. The first part is what I said in the presentation, that up until recently, we haven't been directly part of a significant and important DoD or DOW project. And so we've kind of been seen as this funny little spaceport thing that is underneath White Sands Aerospace. But what's happened over the last few years is they started to take us seriously as a test site. We have a beautiful runway. We have good facilities. We have expanding facilities. We appear to be supported by the state and the counties. I think that's, again, very important. So when they decided to bring this project to the spaceport, I think that was a real important breakthrough. So your question is, well, is this going to continue? Are we going to see more of that? And we're certainly working on it. That same project could bring in some permanent staff, a very small amount of staff to the spaceport for several years to come. So that's what we're working on. And also I think it blends our partnership with White Sands a little better than it has in the past too. They now see us as kind of a good place to put some of their activities. So anyway, I hope it will expand, but I can't give you a good reading on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just an interesting note, and for what it's worth, I know Scott and the Spaceport have been advocating for the projects that he highlighted today for some time, and a lot of it was there was some reservations on the tax district they just didn't get funded. But I think it became very clear that there needed to be further investment into the spaceport in order to provide the services to be able to be a little more proactive. Some of the feedback that they've received, and so this is like as far as I know from the time that I've been on the tax district, this is the biggest investment that we've made, or at least at one time, with these $20-some million worth of projects. But I think is a kind of so hopefully this will continue to help with the spaceport. The other thing, I think the elephant in the room, so to speak, is always Virgin Galactic, because that's the most visible and the anchor tenant of Spaceport. But hopefully with them coming back, and if they continue with the timeline of them flying, it will hopefully continue to, as you noted, I know you talked a little bit earlier today about being recognized with some of the growth, with some of the other companies coming in, but I think having that large entity flying again, will bring additional attention to the spaceport, and hopefully will kind of spur further growth. And I think the timing of the capital projects will hopefully help with that, or at least that's the hope. But like I said, I just want to at least know that Scott and his team has been doing quite a bit with what they have, but I know they've been advocating hard to grow the capabilities there at Spaceport. So, but I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I guess, Lucio, I don't know, for the team, do you need direction, or are we able to at least get decipher some of the discussion? Obviously, the reports from the school district, at least maybe just exploring and maybe having some ideas of what could potentially, how to sunset this, if that's what we want to do. And then I think even, maybe we have another discussion in the future with either Sierra County and or the state, whether that's the NM, EDD, or to maybe better understanding of what the future is, what they see, so that way to kind of guide our decision.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think we got some good direction. I have my notes, and we'll begin gathering information, and we'll get back to this board in an upcoming work session.
Okay. Awesome.
Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
I think this is great, a great path forward, and I think getting everyone to the table is really important, as Commissioner Chapato stated. What I would also maybe say is that we kind of strengthen the ask to the school districts, to Sierra County, to Secretary Black, to the governor. Also, let's get Lieutenant Governor here. He's a huge supporter of Spaceport, but I think we need to hear more from them as well. And maybe to strengthen the ask, maybe we do a resolution that says what our intents are for these meetings and where we want to go and how we want to handle this and what information we're seeking to get out of it. And that way we can kind of have more of a sure footing with these entities of this is where we're at as a commission. Maybe it's something that we can entertain and see if there's something there that can just kind of help us. Because I was also looking at the 2025 annual report, and I think I keep looking at different things, and I think of kind of how we interact with the BIA and how we interact with Mavita and how we interact with the chambers, which by the way, we don't fund the chambers. We only fund Mavita and it's $300,000. And it's very similar to the conversations about securing people to come into the community, to build, to show them the sites, all this kind of stuff. And this value added just is really eating at me right now. So if we can look at doing a resolution just to kind of bring everyone to the table and say this is our intent, I would definitely support seeing that on an agenda. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. All right. Before we go on to the next agenda item, which is the industrial park for the Aerospace Industrial Park, which is loosely tied to Spaceport, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene here. It's 10:31 right now, so we'll look at 10:41, 10:42. Come back. started here in a couple of minutes. Give everyone a chance to find their seats. We'll get started here on the next agenda item. The next item is discussion on the Aerospace Industrial Park. Good morning, Ms. Carter.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners. So this presentation is about the Aerospace Industrial Park. Just a little bit of a history. New Mexico has a long list of achievements in space and aerospace industries dating back to 1945. I did a little bit of digging. Some of those include, in 1945, the establishment of White Sands Missile Range. In 1982, which I don't know, the Columbia Space Shuttle actually landed at White Sands Missile Range. I know, Commissioner Chalder Hernandez, you were not around then. Sorry.
Thank you.
In 2006, Spaceport America was established. The New Mexico State University also rolled out their undergraduate aerospace engineering degree, and in 2019, the US created the Space Force. Our county is particularly well situated by geography, infrastructure, and assets to support aerospace growth moving towards the future. The Aerospace Industrial Park would provide space for research and development, assembly, testing, and manufacturing. Some of the unique assets, NMSU, the Physical Science Lab, Spaceport America, like I've already mentioned, the Air Force Research Lab, the interstates, I-25, I-10, I-40. We have available land through the State Land Office and the Bureau of Land Management, White Sands Missile Range, White Sands Testing Facility, 2 national labs, many aerospace companies, rail provided through BNSF, leading to Spaceport America, and infrastructure near or at the site. Here is a location map of the site that we are considering, and it's east of Interstate 25 between Upham and the Rincon exit. And it's that neon green area. So what are we doing with the Aerospace Industrial Park? We obviously need advice. We're not the subject matter experts, and this is a concept that we're trying to pursue. So we are going to be hosting a stakeholder discussion on May 8th at the Las Cruces Public School Boardroom. Here is the list of some of the partners that have been invited to participate. If you have any recommendations, if there's someone that's missing from the list, please send it our way. We try to be as thorough as possible. Our lobbyist, our Assistant County Manager Lopez, and any companies that were involved in aerospace, that is how we came up with the list. So if there's anyone that's missing, please send that our way. And that's all I have. I'll open it up for questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Can you go back to the map? Thank you.
One detail that I neglected to mention is that the Aerospace Industrial Park was submitted through the ICIP. So there was a $15 million ask to acquire the land, to plan, design, and construct.
I know, Mr. Chair, I know that in the past we had a larger conversation about this, about why this is such a great location, why this kind of makes sense to us. But I know that Commissioner Kimball wasn't on the commission at that time or present at the at our board retreat. So if you can kind of go over why this site kind of became a thing, talk about the land use, all that, you know what you're going to talk about. So if you can go ahead and do that, I think Commissioner Kimball would get a good little tidbit
I
to kind of
appreciate that.
help her
'cause
out.
I'm lost. Thank you.
So not only is the site located in what it's called Space Valley, and I know Scott covered that in his presentation, but there's already a county wastewater treatment plant near the site. There's also rail at the Rincon exit. There's fiber optic lines adjacent to the rail line that are already connected through to NMSU. El Paso Electric also has major transmission lines in the area. So the infrastructure is near or at the site already. So that makes it a great location. Also, and I'm sure you all know this, we get 300+ days of sunshine. So there's very little weather-related intrusion when it comes to this type of activity or this type of project. Mr. Lopez, I don't know if I missed anything.
Mr. Chair, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Denise, great job of remembering all those things. Just one more, and that's on the roads piece. It's bracketed on the east and west, as you see it there on the map with those two little stars. One is the Rincon exit, exit 32 that goes to, or I'm sorry, the first one, exit 32 going to Upham. And NMDOT is very supportive of rebuilding that into a full exchange if we're able to move forward with a spaceport. And then the Rincon exit at exit 35 is already a full exchange that can handle semi-truck traffic. So it actually allows for feeding an industrial park from two directions on the interstate. And then we do already have a staffed fire station in Rincon to also support from an emergency services standpoint an industrial park.
And I was just gonna add one other thing, because I know this was something I was looking for encouraging only because of the fact, obviously, in my district, we'd love to continue to try to get find some additional economic development, because I mean, we're heavily agriculture in my district, which I love, and I think we embrace, obviously, with the Hatch Valley, but also wanted to try to figure out how we piggyback onto Spaceport America. One of the key markets or industries we've been trying to target through Mavita has been aerospace. We talk through the entire state of New Mexico as being kind of a hub for space. They do, from what I understand, quite a bit of manufacturing all the way down into Chihuahua. And so just trying to figure out how we can kind of create that corridor for that and take advantage of it as well, just because of that location, because of the the rail, the access to I-25, and especially Spaceport America, so that, if companies maybe if they didn't want to relocate all the way into the city of Las Cruces, this would be a perfect opportunity to be able to be there to support the space industry here in Doña County.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I could ask then, what does the county need to do to make this happen? Just what's our role?
Absolutely. So I don't know if you want to chime in. I know there's a couple things that you all are looking at.
So we're starting with the Aerospace Industrial Park Committee. where we're going to get feedback from the stakeholders, because again, we're not the subject matter experts. Also, we need funding. That funding was requested through the the project was added into the ICIP list, so $50 million was the request.
50 million?
Yes, ma'am. And those $50 million will cover the acquisition of the land, the planning, the design, the construction, and extensions of utilities, placement of infrastructure. I will say, and you're all gonna see this project on your next regular BOCC meeting, but we've already have an interest from a company that's related to aerospace, and they know about the Aerospace Industrial Park. So now that the concept is being heard, there's been interest from companies.
And then, Mr. Chair, so then our economic development will work to bring more in?
Correct.
Economic Development Department will work to bring more in and.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the hope, because one of the things that we've seen and had some discussion also with our federal lobbyist was, number one, this was a project also that we advocated with our congressional delegation to try to find funding for, to try to get funding from that pot of money, hopefully. But we've also heard how, say, the city and El Paso County and the state of Texas has actually leveraged our resources in Doña County and Spaceport America for their benefit, because they're trying to grow out the aerospace industry in El Paso County as well. So the synergy that they're having locally to grow actually fits in well with what we want to do to create kind of that corridor coming up from Mexico. But again, I think for us is, how do we start owning our resources, our industry, to get people to locate into New Mexico and not Texas?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon on this.
This is also within the trade zone, right?
Our entire county is a foreign trade zone.
Perfect, thank you.
We're an alternative site framework, so the entire county is a foreign trade zone.
Amazing.
So I think some of the initial monies would be going in for kind of just getting the area ready with infrastructure. I think one of the things that we had talked about potentially having, some of the first steps would be to build a spec building to at least try to show and get interest in having something started there and getting that first tenant. So those are kind of some of the first steps that we've looked at, but you know, still very much in the early stages of the project.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, so we're gonna see this on the next BOCC meeting, and what's the ask for that meeting exactly?
No, the project that has
project.
shown an interest on the Aerospace Industrial Park. You will get to learn about it on the next
love
BOCC
that.
meeting. Yes.
Okay.
They're coming. Once they hear about, you know, opportunities, the calls start coming in.
Awesome, thank you. Oh wait, so what's the ask today?
I think it's
So-
just an update or
Update?
It's giving you an update of where we're at in the process, and also asking you, based on the list, and I can share a copy of the presentation, based on the list of the entities that we've invited, if you see that there's someone missing, to please, by all means, let me know. The meeting will take place on May 8th. May 8th at 9:30 a.m. at the Las Cruces Public School Boardroom. If you're all interested in attending, just let me know, because we have to do a notice of quorum. But
Okay.
you're welcome to attend.
I believe we'll go ahead and do that just out of abundance of caution.
Okay,
All right,
awesome. Thank you, Denise.
thank you.
All right, then we have, before we get to our last item, which is a closed session to discuss audit findings, I did want to, there was I don't know how many people are actually going to watch or be watching this, but there was a couple of things I did want to share for the public's knowledge. One is that El Paso Electric is going to be having community meetings regarding their rate case. And so I just wanted to share that. There's one tonight, this evening, 4 to 6 p.m. at the East Mesa campus of Doña Community College on 2800 Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. There is one tomorrow, Wednesday, April 8th, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Thomas Brannigan Library in downtown Las Cruces. And then there's a third one on Thursday, April 9th, which will be in Santa Teresa at the Sunland Park Sports Complex. That'll be 4 to 6:30 p.m. So I know that's, just wanted to share that information for the public if they wanted to find a little bit more information on the rate case out there. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, on that subject with the rate case, is that something we can have an agenda item on and or a closed session item about intervening?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, so the next item is to go into closed session, as mentioned, to discuss the upcoming audit exit conference. So I'd like to make a motion that the board convene in closed session to discuss the upcoming audit exit conference in accordance with Section 12-6-5 of NMSA. If I can get a second, please.
Second?
Okay. And if I can, Randy, if you do a roll call vote on the motion to go into closed session.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball, Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gometos,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Commissioner Chaparro, I know there was a Teams link that was sent out to the commissioners to join. So if you can check that you have that, so that way you can join the closed session. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go into closed session at 11:01 a.m.